Hey, good evening. I'm hoping you can hear me because I've only just set this up in a bit of a rush. So if you can hear me, just pop a message up to say you're live. Right, I don't know if you can see what I can see on screen. That is the comet being stretched out, its main core breaking up. I've been off work, so this is a bit of a rush and I'm still not 100%. So I might have to stop at some point. But there it is, breaking up. The main core is being stretched out. These exposures are 30 seconds. Let's just clear the screen. And it is stretching out quite dramatically now. I'm going to get a collection of 40-50 frames and stack them, see if we can see any distinct parts. But even on screen now, I can see two pieces with a distinct gap in the middle. Let me just auto stretch. There's a definite gap just there. So there's a main piece here, a main piece here, and I think that's a different part there. So it's looking like the last moments of Comet Atlas Y4 C 2019. I'm going to keep the stream running and capture it as long as it's within my horizons. I do have some images of it before it started breaking up, but it's definitely on its way out. And the stars are pretty round, so it's definitely not scope drag causing that to elongate, but it's definitely on the way out. Well, that's pretty close into it, and you can definitely see some variations in its density from the tip to the rear, so that's definitely something to keep an eye on. I'm going to stream for a couple of hours while my dinner's cooking. Got a little bits of breeze outside, so might get a little bit of movement. Right, I'll bring the data in about the actual comet. Just bring the tracking information over. Right, this is roughly where it is. The actual software Stellarium had it marked, and it wasn't too far out for accuracy. So Stellarium's been updated. And the magnitude's definitely changing, 9.3. So it's definitely going down, getting less bright. Drop the magnification a little bit. I'm not sure how long it's going to be visible like this, but this might be the last evening I get a chance to catch it before it completely disintegrates. Can't see it lasting the whole 24 hours because 2 days ago it was quite a solid image, quite a solid core and not stretched out. I do believe it has been reported on various forums. D17 Tom, Yes, if you give me a moment, I shall grab an image from a couple of days ago and show you what that's like. Just bear with me. I'll just open a file and I'll drag an image from a couple of days ago and show you. Not that one. Wrong file. Right, this is the one. Right, just trying to load the file in. Right, just moving the data from storage so I can get it live on screen for you, and then we can scroll down this side and show you. Right, this is it. Oops. Let me just clear that. That was the core about a week ago. So it's definitely changed. Definitely changed. Yeah, I've seen it reported in a few places, but the elongated core, the solid core is not actually as distinct as it could be. The focus is pretty good, so I'm not expecting the focus to be out. So with it being stretched and there's no defined central core of the comet, I'm assuming it's been stretched out and dissipated. The magnitude has decreased quite a lot as well compared to the other one. I don't know if you can see it on the side of the screen on here. Oops. There we go. Okay, sweetheart, I'll be a minute. Dinner's ready. So there's a distinct difference between then and now. Right, I'm doing a capture of 50, all at 30 seconds, and I'm going to stack them live as soon as I've captured them all, and see what the difference is. See if you can see a difference in the intensity. See if it stretches out in the tail. So you can do a little stretch. And see if I can find that article that somebody else has done on this particular target. Yeah, I'll just drag it across. This is what was posted a few days ago, and that was about the same time as I captured it. Right, I'm going to move that back out of the way. I shall be back shortly. Just going to get some food. I'll leave it on screen. Shout up if it changes. Back shortly. Thanks. You might hear some munching, some nibbling my dinner in front of the controls. It's not breaking apart. What be causing that then? It's excessive gassing off. For it to be elongated like that and losing in light intensity. Just grab the... I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. I bow to other people's knowledge. I'm going to stack it and see what it looks like anyway. Might be something for my collection. Well, I just take pretty pictures, so I'm not 100% sure myself, but it's just I've read a few articles saying it's breaking up, and I assumed that's what it was. I may be wrong. Just trying to think if I've got a different camera that I can use to get a different insight. Last few times, I suppose the gas could be obscuring the core, and that could be causing the diffusion of the solid core. And it's definitely got a distinct tail, bigger than what it was when I last imaged it. I've got a planetary camera. I wonder if I should try a planetary camera on it, see if I can pick it out with that. See if we can get any closer shots of it. I wonder if I should just stack these few images, see what it comes up like. You have to excuse me, I'm still eating my dinner. the hardware. Let me just see if I can just pop it up on screen for you, show you what I'm actually using. On. Right, the gear I'm using, it's a Skywatcher 300 PDS, and the camera is an ASI 174 mono. I built this computer a few months ago just to run it all. Oh, I've not marked the Comet, have I? Damn it. Wonder if that's going to be quite a difficult task now to mark this Comet. Because there's no defined core now for the Comet to be identified as. Right, let's give that a go, shall we? Not Comet's not marked up. Diffusing it is not going to bring much data through. I'll leave that for now. Let's go back, clear that. It's still there. My dinner's going cold. It's alright, I've not been watching chat. Yeah, I've got a little observatory out up back garden, so it's very quick to set up. And I sometimes have little mini star parties with a few friends around, a bit of pizza with kids, and I actually put my eyeball to the eyepiece every now and then. But it's all remote controlled. I'm sat in the house about 15 metres away, and it's all remote control from here. Well, 3 more exposures, and then I'll try some different settings. Who's messaging me on there? Facebook. Blimey. Right, 1 more exposure, and then we'll try a different setting. Well, I've got different filters that we could have a look at, but I don't think a different filter would make any difference to what's coming through. I could try green, because it was a primarily green core when I stacked in colour last time. Right, filters I've got available: red, green and blue. We're currently in luminance at the moment, and hydrogen alpha. They're the ones that are loaded up currently on the filter wheel. So we'll go to green, go to the camera, go to live view, change the binning back to 1.1, clear that. Right, the next one that's going to come up on screen is going to be through a green filter, and then we'll have a look to see if there's any difference. I can't stack 2 filters at the same time, unfortunately, but I could take 2 images in different coloured filters and stack them together and see if that has a similar effect. I suppose I could go for slightly longer exposures and do an RGB and see if we can get a colour image out of it. That might be worth trying. Yeah, that's it. Do a combination. I've got a I can edit together a imaging plan. Let's have a look. There we go. Red, green, blue luminance filters. 60-second exposures. Now, if I drop that down to 45 seconds for red, put that on to 45, update that one. Drop all these exposures down to 45 seconds. Get them all the same amount of, I'll set it 12. So if you do 5 at each, right, there we go, quickly knock together a plan. Yeah, we'll just update that one. Right, there's a plan there. Let me just clear some space on the drive so I don't get and rename it so I don't get conflicting file names. Put that one as Y4, run 1, 50 exposures. Right, move that to main storage, that's gone. Right, that's got room now. Right, I shall start this run. We're going to do RGB luminance 45-second exposures. One by, I'll put the, yeah, leave the bin in at 1.1. Leave the gain, same gain at 250. And the sensor has been dropped from 34 down to 6 degrees. It's running at plus 6 degrees C, so the noise should be reasonably controlled. Right, I shall start that. There we go, that's that started. We'll let that run. That's going to finish at 22:57. That's roughly 20 minutes to do that run. I think it's going to take a significant amount longer than that to stack it and assess the data. But hey ho, it's a Saturday evening, I'm still eating my dinner, and when I've finished I would have let's see if we've got a beer. Right, I'm just switching the microphone off so I can finish my chips. That's 45 seconds in the red filter. Stars are coming through, so we should be able to stack on them. It's not actually moving that fast, so we might be able to get a reasonable stack out of it. Stretch the image. This is distinctly a core area there and a front bit, so it looks like something's changed in it. Yeah, I've got amp glow at bottom at corner. So the cooling's not doing its job. Yeah, I can stack them 2 at a time, but Deep Sky Stacker doesn't do colour, it just stacks the images, so I can't merge them in Deep Sky Stacker to make them into a colour image. And I've not got Photoshop on this machine. I normally do it on another machine upstairs when I get lazy and disappear away from the room. But if I don't do it this evening, what I can do, I can amend the stream and use it as the icon that sets the stream for YouTube. Yeah, flexibility is one thing. It's the ability, and it's the other. I've been a little bit under the weather the last couple of days. I've got a bit of a cold. For a while, I thought I'd got this virus jobby, but my temperature's almost down to normal now, and just a bit breathless. So this was a last-minute decision to do this. Otherwise, I might not have got round to it. So I'm going to make most of it while I've got it. I'm just going to make a cup of tea. I'll be back in a minute. Right, that's dinner out the way. Just close the door, it's getting a bit chilly. Halfway through. Green filter, let's have a look. Can't see anything different there. Need time to play with the image. Stack and Photoshop. There we go, now we're going over to the blue filter. Let's see what the blue filter brings us. For those watching this again, if you like and subscribe, get notification the next time I go live. You never know, might be something just as interesting, but you never can tell. The telescope's based in central UK, Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, in one of the most light polluted districts you could ever imagine. Portal 8. Not the best, not the best. But with the coronavirus, there's been a lot less travel, a lot less traffic, a lot less aircraft. So the conditions are pretty good at the moment. Although I've not been 100% on health, I'm not going to miss this opportunity. So here we are. I run a Facebook group of the same name, Urban Astronomy. Same name as the YouTube channel, Urban Astronomy. So if you're interested to see the final images, if you join that, you'll be able to see the outcome when I've had a little bit of time to work on the data. I'll just show you the stellarium, how close it was for tracking. I've not synchronized onto it, but if you have a look here, that's where the scope is actually pointing to how far away it is from the actual comet itself. So stellarium's had a step up in accuracy. A bit of basic data about it here. Got a core diameter of 10 kilometers. But anyway, move that back out of the way. Five more exposures, and then that's the end of that plan. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Oh dear. There we go. It's gotten back. Oh dear. It's going back to the luminance filter now. This one will be an extra 15 seconds over the previous set of exposures. Right, sorry about that. As I was saying earlier, I've been off work with a bit of a cold. But anyway, we're coming up to the end of that imaging run. And I was wondering whether to stop on this one a little bit longer, or if there's another comet we want to have a look at. Let's go and have a look. Let's get the this is where I get all my comets from. Y1's low. That's the one we're currently on. T2 Pan-STAR's nice and bright. Might have a look at that one. Let's have a look where that one is. Yeah, that might be worth a look at. That might be worth a little peruse later. Two more exposures on this one. A little bit of distortion there. I've got a cable snag or something. Maybe a bit of wind. Definitely no solid core there. Not even got guiding switched on for this one, so it's just on its side reel tracking. A new bit of gear on the horizon in July, a new camera. Not decided which one yet, but a treat for my 60th birthday, new camera. Any suggestions? £2,000 limit, unless it's something special. Right, looks like this is the last one. There we go, that's the imaging plan complete. Right, let's switch back to luminance filter. Go back to live view. Well, I might be on my 60th birthday. I deserve a treat for making it this far. Never thought I would, but you never know. I might be kind to myself. Both my daughters are going to be at university soon. Well, one's already there, my youngest will be going. So I can afford to give myself a little treat. Right then, let's up this exposure to 45 seconds and we'll turn the gain up a little bit. We'll turn it up to 300. As long as we don't overexpose it all, we should be able to pick up a bit different detail. Right, move that out of the way. Well, let's see what happens next. Four new subscribers this evening. I'm doing well. The sensor's quite solid at 6 degrees centigrade. Ooh, it's a bit different. Stars still look pretty round, so there's no star trailing. No, I enjoy any interaction from people who are watching. I'm here to learn just as much as anybody else. But that has interesting. Yep, I suppose it could be looked at as round, just there, that small bit there. Let's see if we can stretch it a little bit. That I suppose, yeah, that could be. There's definitely a main dense area just there, and my screen might be different to yours. Let me just open let me open another browser window and see what actually is coming through on the stream, because that's something I should do but I've not done yet. Not the world's greatest streamer for not monitoring my own stuff. There's a reasonable amount of detail there. It's slightly better on my screen, but I see what you mean. Might start a Dropbox and drop all the raw data in a Dropbox if you want to have a play with it. I've just nipped over to the Urban Astronomy Facebook group. Somebody's applied to join. Welcome. If you're watching the stream now, welcome to the club. I've just come across here just see if I can find some pictures of the gear that I'm using this evening. Here we go. Right, this will show you the equipment I'm actually using right now. But the guide scope on top's got a different camera connected to it at the moment. That's a planetary camera that I was using to do some solar work. But that's the scope, 300mm Skywatcher. A bit of a beast, a bit heavy. And that's a 90mm refractor. That's got 600mm focal length. This one's got 1500mm focal length. And we're using the main scope there. That's what we're viewing through. Yep, 12-inch, 305mm, 1500mm, 1.5 metre focal length. I'm using an ASI 174mm. It's a mono, designated as a planetary camera, but it's a little bit wider than my dedicated planetary camera, so I just use it as a wide field or wideish field. And this is a picture of the camera that's actually taking the pictures, connected to the filter wheel. That's the current filter wheel, Coma corrector, and light pollution filter just underneath there. All DIY. The camera bit's that bit there that's wrapped up in the insulation. And that's a test bed as I was putting together the DIY jobby. So that's what I'm using this evening. Damn Americans. Whereabouts are you? With me being central Mansfield. Yes, there's a distinct core there, a distinct core, and a little bit at front and a little bit to the rear. Oops, too much. California, hey. Well, I'm in central UK, Robin Hood country, if you want to give that a look up. Clear that again. Well, there's no star trailing at 45 seconds. Let's swap to a different filter. Let's go to the green or the blue filter and up the exposure a little bit. See if we can pick anything else out. Right, that's swapped over to the blue filter. We'll give it a 1 minute exposure. 60 seconds, and we'll leave it at the 300 gain. Well, at that, I've just sat back from the screen a little bit because I've had my nose up to the screen trying to pick anything out. But now I've sat back a little bit, there's definitely a main element just there under my mouse pointer as I'm looking at it now. About 2 feet away from the screen. I've taken my glasses off because I did a late setup, and you can see it better on that smaller one there. And there's a definite area just there and a smaller area just there. So if they're the three main areas that you're looking at, one there, and that bit there. Right, that's blue. Let's stretch it. Can't see much different here on the blue. Let's swap over to the green filter. It's like flicking through channels on a TV. There we go, swapping over to the green now. Move that across. We'll see what the green looks like. I'll do red next. We'll let the green go and do a 60-second on green, and then I'll swap over to red. But when you use red, see this bottom right hand corner of the main screen, I get amp glow. Because when we're using live view, the sensor cooling's not as aggressive, so we don't fog everything up. Oh, interesting. Let's have a look at that. I should really be capturing these. Right, let's swap over to the red filter. Let's have a look at that. You'll see all the amp glow coming through in a second. Right, red filter. There we go, just swapping over to the red filter. 15 seconds and this bit messed up, so I can drop the gain down a little bit. Might lose a little bit of the noise. Drop the gain down to half, to 200, and the noise might reduce a little bit, bring a little bit of detail out. That's actually not round anymore. Yeah. The only way to get shorter exposures is using the luminosity. I can perhaps go down to 30 seconds or less. Do 10 exposures. I could stack them quite easily in Deep Sky Stacker as we're watching it. Right, that's the red filter. 1 minute on red. So there's not a lot there, but you can see the amp glow building up. Let's do an auto stretch. That amp glow's a pain in the posterior, I tell you. I can see two definite segregated sections on that, and possibly just there's a third, but one main there and one bit there. I wonder if that's noise. Clear. Right, let me just drop the gain down to 200. I'll let you do another exposure in red. Then I'm going to go multiple bodies circling. How many times will blur out? Yeah, I suppose. Mind you, at this sort of a distance, the movement of an orbital fragment, I'm not sure if it would come through or not. The main data says the core is 10 kilometers across. So if the coma has spread a little bit, that could mask a lot of the stuff, a lot of the debris if it is breaking up. So the elongated tail, the denser part where the main body was, could be the debris field starting to stretch out. So the tail could get longer, or what used to be the tail. So a slightly longer exposure in, say, luminance might bring out a distinct tail that you pick up with stacking. Right, let this one do, finished off, then I'll go to luminance and we'll drop it down to 15 seconds, and then we'll stretch the image, the light, see if we can pick anything out on the shorter exposure. Because when we do this, it's definitely one piece there, one piece there, and I think there's a small piece there. I think I've had a bit of movement on that one. Right, I'm going to swap over to luminance and do a shorter exposure with less gain and see what we get. There we go, that swapped the filter over. Now take it off bulb. We'll give it a 20-second exposure. Leave the gain at 200. So in theory, if the shorter exposure, if the camera is sensitive enough to pick it up, the scope is actually a 4.8, 4.9 with the Coma corrector. The Coma corrector is a 0.90, so you reduce the focal length by 0.9. So the focal length is actually 1350, so the speed is a 4.8 scope. Right, let's have a look. Auto stretch. Right, I can definitely see a main core now on a shorter exposure. These are 20-second exposures, so we go back to image. Right, we can step through these images. Oops, are we on the right? We're on the wrong one. Oops. Yeah, shorter exposure. Let's just auto stretch. I think we're going to lose it for a bit because it's going right close to that star and it might overpower it a little bit. Click that for a second. Yeah, I think 20 seconds is a little bit short. So let's just up that to, let's put it back onto a 1x1 binning. Just increase the resolution at the cost of HDR, which we're not using. Alright. Go to 30 seconds on that. Clear that. No. Right, let's turn the gain up and do a slightly. Let's put 350, it's going to get very noisy. And we'll do a 20-second exposure. Clear. I've not actually stuck my head outside to see what the sky's like, because it's supposed to be high clouds this evening. Are we actually on luminance filter? Yes, we are. Oh, definitely see a core there. One main core there. And a piece up here, so I can definitely distinctly see two separate elements on that. One there, one there. Not sure if that bit's one there. Right, let's just do a stretch and have a bit of a play. Definitely something there. Let's wipe the gain right up to max. Yeah, it gets very noisy above 350. I think 400 is the max gain on this. But, well, if you don't push, you don't find, do you? Right. One piece there, one piece there. Now that is easy, for me that is easy to see three different elements. That's a little bit overexposed, that is. Yep, there's three major elements of that. Just drop the gain down because I don't think we're gaining very much from that, and drop it back down to 300. I don't think I'd gain anything, so I've got a QHY image 132E. It's a colour camera, but it's a dedicated planetary camera. I don't think it's sensitive enough to pick any of this up. I could put a Barlow on, but that would reduce the light gathering significantly, and we might not necessarily gain very much on here. Right, let's just stretch it a bit more again. Definitely see 1, 2, 3 now. Tiny bit there, right on the front. Don't know if you can see it with where my pointer is. There's one piece there, one piece there, and one piece there. Well, if you imagine the main body was originally estimated to be 10 kilometers across. Let's bring up the data from Night Sky Live. Oh, that's Pan Stars, that's the wrong one. And look at that. It's predicted right where we've got it, right next to that star there. Right ascension, sun distance. It's actually getting closer. Estimated speed is 19.4 kilometers a second, 150 million kilometers away, and heading in our direction. Hopefully it's going to miss. Oh, pardon me. Magnitude 9.3. I think it's a lot less than 9.3. I'll say the magnitude's a lot less than 9.3 at the moment. Move that back out of the way. Now that image definitely got a main core. Yeah, easily distinguished there. If it is breaking up and it's spreading out like that, I don't think there's any difference between the first image I captured and this. And it's going to take a few days to break up completely. I'm not sure if I'm going to have any usable sky tomorrow evening. What time is it now? 23:28, 11:30 in the evening here. Yes, it's supposed to be getting closer, and it's supposed to be naked eye visible next week after. And I was getting set up for it to have a few people around at the beginning of the year when it was all predicted. But some little virus is going around that's going to put a stop to that. So I think it's the nearest thing we're going to get to sharing the skies at the moment. Let's have a quick look on Stellarium. Move that out of the way and bring Stellarium across and have a look at that. So that's pretty accurate to what we're seeing on screen. Almost the correct orientation as well. I'll move this out of the way. Can't see the third star, mind. Yeah, quite pleased with that. Right, let's try a different exposure. We'll keep it on the luminance filter. And go up to 30 seconds again. And we'll see if we can pick something else out, see if we can pick any other detail out. It's definitely moving past that star now, according to Stellarium as well. Right, will it go around the sun? We don't know. Well, from my perspective, it's a dirty snowball, and the mass would have kept it cool, but as it's approaching the sun, it starts gassing off, hence the creation of the tail. So if the main body is broken down, the mass is reduced, so the gassing off will increase. Hence, the coma is obscuring a lot of the main body. And that's why there's only some shots we can actually see the main body. Like this one up here, look now, you can actually see one distinct part there, one there, and I think there's one just behind. So there's like three in linear progression from front to rear following the tail. So as it gets closer to the sun, I've got a feeling it will lose so much mass it will just cease. There won't be enough to go around the sun. And the way it's stretching out now, this was noticed 2 days ago, I do believe, according to that post. So if this has happened in 2 days, I'll give it a week before there's not enough mass to be observed. And I think the magnitude's going to drop significantly, so we'll struggle finding it. They'll need a piece of equipment significantly larger than what I've got here. I mean, that's just a smudge now. We have to really boost the gain to be able to pick out any meaningful elements of it. That's at 30 seconds. Let's do a 60-second exposure. Turn this off. I'll see if that brings anything out. I might even do that imaging plan again and try and get another colour collection out of it. 2 separate stacks. I've been live now for 90 minutes. Right. Yeah, this coronavirus, it's a prelude to a zombie infestation. You know, the further I get away from this screen, the further I sit back, the more I can see of that. I think you see more with less magnification. Now look at that. Two main bodies, 3. Unless it's just graphical artifact. That's definitely a different view of it. What do you reckon of that? Is that brought a little bit more meaningful data out? Very interesting. I think I'll do a screen grab of that, and I'll just quickly post that onto the Urban Astronomy group. Sorry for this, I'm just going to save this. Y41, save, close. Right, let's just reset. And do another one, like a before and after. There we go. Right, I'm just going to post those onto the Urban Astronomy Facebook group. See if there's any more interest over there. Right, not be a moment, just going to type up a little bit of data about it. Right, that's got those. Yeah, just posting them up. See if anybody's interested. Right, let's do a bit more on that. Let's drop the gain down. Get rid of some of this noise. 150 is normally the sweet spot for this camera. We'll drop the noise down, see what we can pick out, see if we can get anything else, and we'll do the tweaking with the histogram, try and change the light distribution about. Wow, if you limit the light intensity, you can definitely find different and you know what you were saying earlier on about rotation around the main core, the actual axial travel direction. I suppose we could collect several of these images and animate them, see if they do go in a rotational direction. Right, let's just clear that. Drop that back down. Right, this next image should have a lot less noise. So we might be able to pick a bit more core out of that. But 1, 2, 3. I could there's four pieces there. One there, one there, one there. Or is that noise? 1, 2, 3. There's possibly 4 there now. Right, auto stretch. Bring that back down a bit. No, I think it's better with the gain cranked right up, so I'll stick that back up to 350. This is lazy stargazing at its best, I think. Right, wait till this exposure comes up. Clear that. Definitely elongating. Definitely elongating. The distinct tail coming out the back. It would sound even better if I knew what I was talking about, though. All this is from innate curiosity. Now that image there, if we didn't know that was a star, we could go nuts on that. That's a little bit overexposed, I think. Drop that down to 200. Go back down to the last image. Right, 10 more seconds to get this next image up, and then we'll have a look, see what we've got again. I think it's moved this as an early one. It's going to be somewhere just here. I think I might have cloud issues. We might have clouds going by. $150. I'll drop that down to 30 seconds. I think I might have clouds going by, possibly. Time for a little can of lager, I think. I might have a Foster's. Chill out for a bit. That's better. Yep, see it again. Just got to tweak it a tiny bit. Yeah, 60 might indeed be a little bit long. We're actually on 30 to be honest. If you look down there, it's 30-second exposure. If you look at the top left data screen there, exposure's at 30. Almost seems like we've swapped filters. No, still on luminance filter. Right. Turn that gain up a little bit and go back to 300. And then we'll see what this one can bring us up. Yeah, I think 300 was the good bit. Yeah, there it is again. You know, if it was rotating around its actual direction of travel, it would be changing between images. We'll leave that view on screen till the next image comes in and see if it repeats. Now I know it's travelling at about 19 kilometers a second, but the rotational speed of any debris, I don't know if it's linked or anything. If it is indeed rotating, it might just be stretching. A little bit outside my comfort zone, all this knowledge on this comet that we've taken images of. I think what I need to do, I need to capture a few images, so let me just edit a quick capture sequence. Right, 30 seconds, 1 by 1, 10-second pause, count 30, filter luminance. Keep the same gain and everything. Right, that is staying pretty constant. Quite pleased with the focus we've got this evening. I know we've distorted the image somewhat. Right, I'm just going to start this capture run. I'm going to capture 30 frames at these settings that we're using right now. So once we get these 30 frames, I might just try and stack them quickly in Deep Sky Stacker and see if we can pick any extra detail out there, rather than just manipulating the histogram to see what we can stretch out of it. But saying that, it's staying pretty constant even with the distorted light pattern we've got here. I think the upshot is I need more beer. Right, let me just reset that view. It's definitely getting stretched more. Right, from where I'm looking at that screen now, 1, 2, 3. There's 3 distinct elements there. One there, one there, one there. Let's see if I can just tweak the light a little bit. Oh, it's too much, wrong way. If I can remember the correct way of doing this. I'll be glad when it gets away from that star a little bit. Yes, you can't reduce a 10-kilometre diameter lump into smaller insignificant pieces overnight. So the mass is definitely there, but not able to pick anything out. So at times like this, you just wish you had a wider mirror, a longer focal length, a better camera. You could spend money forever. Just had a look outside. The sky is pretty clear, but there is definitely a little bit of sky glow, so that might have an impact. Even with the light pollution filter on, it's still having a bit of an impact. Right, auto stretch right. Hmm. Well, I've photographed, pardon me, I've photographed comets in the past, but not with one that's lost its core so drastically. There's always been something relatively bright to focus on. This is now just basically a smudge. I'll be surprised if it's actually still here tomorrow night. I don't think I'm going to go for a different target this evening. I'm going to stop on this one. Well, that's midnight UK time. Hmm. I think we're getting a little bit of distortion now because it's moving closer to the rooftops, so we might be getting a little bit of thermal distortion from the heat being given off by the old rooftops. Been sunny here all day, so all that heat's being radiated back out, so that could be causing a bit of this distortion. Saying that, that's the core there. There's a bit just there, and there's a bit there. That's a big bit, that's a big bit, and that's a big bit. So there's three major elements to this. Keep repeating myself on this one. Do you have any kit of your own, Tom? Are you self-isolating, or is it this social stop at home and have a merry old time? I think when the air's still, capturing a decent amount of data on there. I'm a key worker. I work in a store, a grocery store, so I've got a bit of a cold. I went to work yesterday, they sent me back, taking no chances. So I'm actually at home, suffering a little bit. And I've only done this as a last ditch attempt because I know I'm not going to see this very often. So I've just jumped in just to see what I could capture. Oops. Right. It's had a bit of a knock-on effect with me because my daughter works at the same store. There's a bright spot there. Look at that. Wonder if that's an artifact or it's actually something. No, it is an artifact, unless it's being left behind at the speed of light. Now, my daughter works at the same store, and she went to work today, and the manager says to her, "Your dad's poorly. What are you doing at work? Stop at home for 2 weeks. You can get paid, but isolate just in case." Yep, we had a UFO flying by the scene. We've been photobombed by UFO. Back, hey, look, it's back again. That is back again. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's come back again. That was gone on the last frame. It was there in the previous frame, and now it's back again. I'm not seeing things, am I? I'm not going to change anything. I'll leave it locked on that focus. Leave it on that light setting, and we'll see if it disappears and comes back. Got 10 more exposures at these settings. It's gone again. See if it comes back in the next couple of frames. It'd be nice to capture something unique this evening. I know for a fact there'll be quite a few amateur telescopes in the UK pointing at this thing, so it'll be easy to confirm if other people have captured something. Is it? Is that there? That bit there, look, that I'm pointing at. I'll leave the cursor where it is, see if it reappears. Holy fucking shit, excuse me swearing. I think we've actually captured something moving around in that comet dust. What do you reckon? What do you reckon? I reckon we've got something here. Holy sugar poop. I'm not going to change any settings. I think it's moving round, look, it's up there now. It's spiralling round perhaps. See if it comes out down here. See if it appears at the bottom where that cursor is again. This is going to be quite a collection of images if we manage to keep this up. It's on exposure 24 of 30. As soon as this run's finished, I'm going to restart it and capture another 30 so we don't get any significant gaps. Piece there again. I just want to see that bright spot come back. If that bright spot comes back now, it's definitely not an artifact from the camera. I know the focus was pretty much spot on. I'm not sure of the reflective index of what the comet would be, because they call them a dirty snowball, so it doesn't necessarily mean it's white like a snowball, but there would definitely be a reflective index, especially if it was ice and it was a glossy surface, then it would definitely reflect. I want to see it come back again, I really do now. It's really piqued my curiosity if it's going to come back. I think there's somebody outside. Back in a minute. Could have disintegrated. Could have disintegrated. But yeah, there was 4 distinct frames. Two more exposures, then I'm going to reset it. Hang on, I think I can see it again. There, look. Right under the cursor. Not as bright. Can you still hear me okay? Because I've just got an audio warning. Nah, it looks okay. Right, imaging plan finished. I'm going to go straight back to there and I'll start it all over again. Keep it going. Keep the same settings and go through another 30 exposures. Well, it's definitely moved some, because earlier on it was level with that big star there, so it's definitely tracking across, and you can definitely see different elements within that. Yes, please. There's my gorgeous daughter offering me a cup of tea. Obviously she didn't see the can of lager. Right, it'd be nice if we do see that I want to call it an artifact, but it's definitely not. It was too consistent to be a camera artifact, so it's definitely something there. I'll go back over the frames soon and see if I can find it. Let me just go back to the images we've collected. Move this out of the way. There we go. There it is, look. Oh, damn it. There it is. Yeah, it's a UFO. And there it is again, 3 frames later. Thank you, sweetheart. Hey, Zoe, we found something floating around in the comet.
Oh, that's cool.
It's scary. There it is. There it is again. Hey, it's back again. This is the last image. That is the latest image. It is actually back again. Look, 2 frames ago, 1 frame ago, latest frame. So it's repeating itself, so there's definitely something out there. That's repeating itself. I think we've actually found something in the Comet's Coma. And it's gone again. Look at that bit of section just there. And go back a frame. It's there, look. So it's still there. I wonder if it's spiraling. So you watch that. If you just keep an eye on the area there where my cursor is when I advance through the frames. It's corkscrewing. If you look at it from behind, back again, look. It's back again. There's definitely something in there. There's definitely something in there. If you look at it from this angle here, along its axes, I reckon it's spiraling in a clockwise motion and it keeps coming round. So there's definitely something in there. Let's go back a frame. Go back 2 frames. There we go, 3 frames. 4, 5, 6. Reset itself. I wish it wouldn't keep resetting itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 frames. Let's see if it stays 15 frames. So there's definitely something. Right, that's the latest frame. 1, 2, 3. So it's definitely there. There's a bit there. I'll zoom in a bit. Bit there. Right, let's go back 15 frames. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There, look. Oh, I hate this program. Yep. I don't think it's a camera artifact, because it's appearing regular, and it's not in every frame, and it's moving around a little bit. It's definitely not an internal reflection. Damn it. A bit there, look, again. Can you see that bit there? That bit there. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be curious to find out if anybody else has spotted this. Turning out to be a proper night. I'm actually glad I made the effort to switch everything on, plug everything in. I've not got guiding switched on. Not got guiding switched on. Yeah, look, that's my guiding. It's not even. It's got a star selected, but it's not switched on. So it's just going on its ordinary tracking. Yeah, with this coronavirus, a lot of public places are restricted. I should imagine a few of the places would be actually working, doing actual real work. But public events and public showings would be highly restricted. Excuse me, I think it's back again. My cursor just there. This is turning out to be rather an interesting evening. Well, it's got to be the most interesting stream I've done so far. tea. Yeah, nice to have some company. I don't normally get more than 1 or 2 views concurrently, but I've had as many as it's back again. Look, I've had six concurrent this evening. So there, look, it's back again. Damn. I'm going to leave these settings as they are, then we can keep a live record of it with the stream. And I can always point people with more knowledge than me at the data on screen now, see if they can come up with an explanation. That is staying consistently in view. I wonder if it's the same element, but not as bright. It's further inside the coma and not near the edge. It's getting brighter as it gets towards the edge, and it could be hidden behind some of the debris. We'll see if it comes round again and gets brighter again. If it does, it'll be a first for me, something that is down there. I'm sure it's the same piece. I'm sure it's the same piece. Exposure 19 of 30. And up there again. There again. Let's see if we get it super bright again like it did earlier. Every time an exposure finishes now, I'm scouring the image, see if I can see it reappearing. Well, for it to appear multiple times, a few minutes apart, it definitely says there's something there rather than a random occurrence of pixels. See, I reckon it's something in this area here. That one keeps appearing in that same sort of area. That one up there, look. Let's just go back a frame. There. See that part there? There it can look. Still up there. There again. There's definitely consistency. Oh. With position of some of these artifacts. I think as observing evenings go, this is the second most interesting, or it could in position for the first There was one evening, 4 years ago, I was just closing down for the evening, and I always flew back to the first star that I'd do an alignment on, see how much I've drifted. And I was on Altair at this particular time, and I found a comet next to it. This is about 1:15 in the morning, and there's not supposed to be a comet near Altair. So I started an imaging run like this. Every 30 seconds did a 45-second exposure and set it for 150 frames. And I started looking on the internet, see if there was supposed to be a comet there, and there was nothing. And I looked online, see if there's anybody online with a telescope. One of my mates was online, and he'd got a 10-inch telescope, and he swung his telescope across to it, and he couldn't see it in his 10-inch, so he came over here. This is about 1:30 in the morning. We sat down in my little room here, and as we were watching it on screen, it sort of did a turn. At that point we thought it was the supply rocket going up to the space station, but that would be orbital, but this was stationary around Altair. And 4 years after the capture, still got 150 frames of it now, turned it into a little animation. It's back again. Show me, look, it's actually come back again. Can you see that? It's actually come back again. It's back. Now for that to come back 3 times, that's definitely something going off there. For that to come back 3 times, there's definitely something in there. That can't be random noise. And that piece there. So that's definitely something in that coma that's going round. Shit, dude. We'll see if it comes back in a couple of frames. But anyway, what I was saying was, a couple of years after I turned it into an animation, I posted it to a group called Sky at Night, with dates and times and locations and everything. And one of the lads did a little bit of work on it and found out it was a Russian 3rd stage of a rocket tumbling through space. And when it looked like it was turning, it was just the light reflecting off it from a different angle. Made it look like it was turning. Scared the crap out of me and my mate that night. It's back again. There, look, not as bright. There's definitely something in that coma. There's definitely something in that coma, in that tail, in that debris. I'm going to keep it going on here. God, I could do with going online, see if there's anybody else with a scope that's imaging this evening. It'd be nice to get somebody else to come up to home in onto it and give a confirmation. There's 2 pieces there again. This is too consistent to be random artifacts. There's definitely something in there. Definitely something in there. Yeah, to start with, when I first spotted it, I was a bit dubious about my camera actually picking something up. I was it's definitely in multiple frames. It's there, look. I was beginning to doubt my gear. Oh, that's the imaging plan finished, and I think it's there. Let me just start it again. going to swamp my hard drive with data tonight. If anybody has any ideas what we've been observing going round in this coma, this comet's tail, just pop it up on a message. Let us know what you think. Go back to the different frames and I'll show you. Move that out of the way. Oops. Move that out of the way. Go back to images. Right, it started about 15 minutes ago. With that bright element just there. Back in the same place. It's not an artifact on the camera, and these are all different frames. Back again. Disappears for a bit and then it comes back. Oh, damn it. So yeah, there's something in that comet. It's there, look. It's there again. And that was the last frame of the last set. It's there again. So there's definitely something going round in there, definitely something orbiting in that coma. Let's go back a few frames again. There. Oh, I hate this. I should get another piece of software and just access the capture images separate from the program that's capturing them. There it is again, look. See that bright spot there? If that's rotating, that will be on the top. Oh, this. Is that it there again? Right. I'm 100% convinced. I've convinced myself there's something in there. I'm not sure about anybody else, but I've convinced myself there's something in there. I'm just going to have a shout out in Urban Astronomy, the Facebook group, see if there's anybody online with a scope that's set up. In fact, is anybody online watching this stream from the Facebook group? That's it's back again, look. It is absolutely back. It's there again. That's able to set up a scope and monitor what we're looking at. Nobody else online? Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've been following what's been going off, but I think we've found something going around in the comet's tail, in the coma of the comet. We're just wondering, you don't happen to have a scope set up that you can point at it, do you? There again, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 frames. It's about every 3.5 minutes. for rotation. Because the last one was 14 frames, wasn't it? That's about the same period, 14. It wasn't necessarily going to be visible in that last one. I'm going to need something a little bit stronger than tea if this keeps up. I'm hallucinating, I'm seeing things now. Right, I'm going to drop a link in another Facebook group I'm part of called UK Cloud Magnets. See if anybody on there is online. Right, I've just posted it on the UK Cloud Magnets group page, asking if anybody else is set up with a scope. It'd be nice to have some sort of a confirmation that there is something in there. It's there, it's there, it's consistent, isn't it? There again. There, it's back again. There's definitely something in there. Definitely something in there. Definitely going to need something stronger than a cup of tea after this is done. Keep all the settings the same. And I'm not going to touch anything, see if it comes back again. Not touching anything, leaving the cursor alone and everything. And then I know it's not me messing about with the settings. The temperature is staying reasonably consistent at 4 degrees centigrade. So the sensor on the camera is not generating any excessive noise. Well, the up and down movement, if you imagine it travelling left to right across the screen, and you were stood directly inside the tail, behind it, looking forward, if it was rotating, it would just look like it was moving up and down. And it's roughly the same distance back from the most forward part of the comet that we can see on screen. And there's another piece that keeps reappearing, that bit there. There's a piece there that keeps coming round, and a piece somewhere along this area that keeps going round. And that bit's definitely not moving. That bit there's then again. Some movement in there. Hey ho. That message popped up, see if there's anybody online. There might be somebody else online at the minute. Is that bit come back there, look, but not as bright as previously. Yeah, definitely some unique shots this evening. And to think I was only going to do it for 20 minutes and call it a night. It's moved on again. I'm reluctant to move these settings and keep these settings consistent. That way we're not changing the variable, so the levels will stay the same. So it's the artifacts that's got to be reappearing if the levels aren't changing. So we can't say it's changing intensities or anything. If you know what I mean. I know what I mean. So I think this will be frame 7 from the last one, won't it? Right, let's go back 7 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Next one. There it is. It was 8th frame. There it is. See if it's on the previous one. No. There it is. Oh, hang on a minute. That's not moving at all. That could be a hot pixel. That could be a hot pixel. Oh shit. Damn it, lost it. That could be a hot pixel. There it is. No, a hot pixel would stay hot all the time. It wouldn't go on and off, would it? Oh. Why is that? Should that be there again? There. Right, what's happening now? You set that. Now I think that's hot pixel. I'm going to have to review the whole video now. If it's a hot pixel, it's all excitement over nothing. Or am I just trying to convince myself, take the easy way out? Well, that one's not a hot pixel there. Because that one's moving. There's definitely something in there that's moving. Yes, you're right. It did appear in the middle at some point, didn't it? Is it me just looking for a logical answer and calling it hot pixel? I'm just having to go back and review this whole stream just to make sure one way or the other. I can't actually do it while I'm streaming it, so I can't go back over the data. Is that it there? Is that it there, look? We'll see if it moves. We'll see if it moves. Because if it's tracking, it will move along with it. If it's a hot pixel, it will stay exactly where it is, and the Comet and the Coma will move away. So if it moves with... Oh, it's imaging plan finished again. Let me just restart this imaging plan, keep it going. There we go. Right, so we know if it moves with the Comet, it's not a hot pixel. I'm not going to move the magnification or the magnifier, should I say. And we'll see if it reappears again. So if it stays in the exact same place in the magnifier, then it's a hot pixel. If it reappears. The sensor's still pretty constant at 4 degrees C. The cooling device I've put on there drops it about 26 to 28 degrees. It's got a 2-degree variance with the sensor I put into it, so it will vary between 2 and 6. Yeah, I know. It's just me. I'm trying to talk myself out of seeing things. It's easier to call it a hot pixel than it is to say, "Oh, look, I found something." So, right, that's staying roughly in the same place on in the Comet. That's staying roughly in the same place of that whole clump of data there. That's not moved. Let's go back an image. Possibly. I'm trying to imagine it rotating, and if it's stuck inside the tail or the coma, so it could be rotating. It could be on the far side, and we know it's an average of between 7 and 8 frames before it comes into view. So we'll just keep watching and see if it comes up in another 6 frames, because I've kept it at the same 30-second exposure. So I'm not going to change anything. I'm not going to move the magnifier, so we know if it's hot pixel or not. So it should move with that group of no, it just could be noise. It could be noise, because there's that bit there again, look. I just wish there was somebody else online with a scope that's active at the minute. John Paul, one of my mates, he's got a 10-inch scope. He's normally pretty handy to have, but I think he's working. He's a driver. He's working, so I'm not sure if he'll be able to contribute. 4 more frames, and then we'll see if it appears again. I know my tracking's pretty reasonable on the scope and mount. I did a polar alignment this evening before coming online, so I know the tracking should be pretty much spot on. Yeah, there's a bright spot there in the middle, look, again. And it's staying pretty consistent in the main body of the Comet. There it is. And a hot pixel is just a hot pixel, but that's not just a pixel. Oh, go back a bit. That can't be it again there. Is that it again? Do you reckon that's it again? It's 3 more exposures. 3 more exposures. Count 3 more exposures, see if it's there. Because it's in roughly the right area again, isn't it? Right, 6 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's that up there? Could that be that bit there? There's a bit flying off. Look at that pixel there. We're losing a bit. See that there? Look, watch. There it is. The comet's shedding pieces as we're watching it. Oh, we've got clouds going over now, damn it. There. Now, there's definitely something going off in that tail that we're capturing. I think we're actually witnessing its disintegration. We're spotting bits coming off it, and they're slowly getting further and further apart. I think I've got about another 2.25, 2.5 hours of darkness before it starts getting sky bright, and I'll lose my ability to capture much. There it is again, that bit there. There, look, that bit there is moving out. Watch. Cheers, Chris. Nice to have you along for the ride. I think we've got a bit of a mystery. I want to put it down to hot pixels, but I've still not convinced myself 100% yet. We think we've got debris coming off the main core of the comet. We noticed it about, what would you say, about an hour ago, Tom? That's not moved. I think that's got to be a hot pixel. That's got to be a hot pixel. Do hot pixels switch themselves off? That one there keeps brightening up. There. See that one there? And there's a piece coming off here. Now there's definitely a piece there that's changing in light intensity. And that bit there is moving backwards and forwards. Yeah, I think we're actually witnessing the destruction of Y4. Let's just reset the view. That's what it actually looks like without any tweaking of the light curve. So let's put it back to intensities. Yes, it's definitely looking like it's breaking up a little bit. I think this stream's going to be worth saving. I'm not going to delete this one. Welcome aboard for the wild ride. Cheers mate, thanks a lot. The equipment we're using tonight, for those just joining us, is a Skywatcher 300 PDS. Cheers mate. The main tube we're using is a Skywatcher 300 PDS. It's a 12 inch reflector. The camera is an ASI and it's a 174mm mono. We're also sporting a filter wheel with RGB, luminance and hydrogen alpha filters available to us this evening, and a light pollution filter and a Coma corrector that reduces the focal length by 0.9. So the actual focal length, instead of being 1500 millimeters, is 1350. Yeah, it's back again, isn't it? It is absolutely back again. It's in the tail. That's definitely not a hot pixel. That's definitely not a hot pixel. I think I'm going to go for something a little bit stronger than a cup of tea in a minute. And it's still within the tail as well. So now that didn't move. The Comet moved, but the pixel didn't. This is driving me nuts. It's 2 pixels. The temperature is consistent, so I can't see it being hot pixels. You don't normally start generating noise on this sensor till above 25 degrees C. We're well below that. It's cooled down. The normal running temperature this time of year, the ambient outside is 8 degrees. So we're 4 degrees below ambient. It's gone again. Gone again. So the cooling system's working a treat. It's keeping the sensor well below its normal running temperature of about 30. So the noise is under control. The ambient temperature is having very little effect. We're running below ambient anyway. You ever watched a program called Stargate, where they redirected an asteroid? It's back again, high this time. Where they redirected an asteroid towards Earth, trying to wipe Earth out. Now, if this suddenly changes direction, it's there again now and high. Yeah, I want 3 volunteers to jump on my interceptor. We'll just phase it out while it passes through. Right, let's reset that. It's definitely there as well. It's definitely there as well. Oops, where's that gone? There. A single hot pixel would have defined edges. That looks like it's diffused, but it didn't move. So it's got the characteristics of a hot pixel, that has. I know my tracking's good. Now that's a possibility. Looking at a star through the haze of the comet's tail. Let's see what we can do again. But why does it completely disappear? Why does it completely disappear? If you've got a hot pixel stays hot. It doesn't cool down. The temperature down here, look, it's pretty consistent. 4 degrees. I'm just going back to when it it's been it was 5 degrees over an hour ago. For the last hour it's been consistent at 4 degrees centigrade. And there it is, right back in the middle of it again. Okay. This is getting weird. We can't have a couple of pixels taking it in turns getting hot and cold, switching on and off. I'm going to start seeing green men in, little green men in a bit. I'm running out of ideas to explain it. So what we got? Possibility of hot pixels. Possibility of the actual comet breaking up. Possibility of stars visible through the coma becoming... Oh, that's the imaging plan finished. I'm going to start it all over again. Continue the gripping installment. Oops. Start again. Right, that started the exposure run again. So we've got hot pixels coming and going, the comet actually breaking up, stars visible behind the coma intermittently as the density changes or rotation. Okay mate, catch you in a bit. I love a mystery. Where's Scooby-Doo and crew when you want him? Those darn kids. Let's go back to the images. Let's step back through the images. Now that bit there is moving. Because that's moving, that's not a hot pixel, because that the frame that we're magnifying through, is fixed, so the pixels are fixed. So that is definitely moving with the exposure. We've got a little bit of scope creep, but that's definitely moving, and that is consistent with that. So there's definitely something there. Could be the debris of the actual comet breaking up, but that's definitely not hot pixels. That definitely not hot pixels. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of movement in there, and it's consistent. It keeps reappearing in roughly the same area. So if it is rotating around the axes of travel, it's intermittently hidden on the opposite side of the tail from where we're viewing. So that could explain the time differences between reappearance, roughly between 7 and 14 frames. Wish we had a real astronomer on here. My limited knowledge is being strained at the moment. Not a lot changed on that one. See if that one moves. That bit there is moving up and down. And that bit's moving there. I actually am starting to believe that it's breaking up, and we are actually seeing it breaking up. Those bits there. I think we found the sweet spot with the camera, 30 seconds and 200 gain. Yeah, that's definitely movement in there, and that's definitely not hot pixels. I think that's just variance in the seeing. That could be down to distortions in the atmosphere, but it's definitely consistently in that same area. Well, no matter what, I'm really enjoying this session, and even more so because I'm actually streaming it and people are coming along for the ride. Yep, here we go again. Oh, thanks for that. It's I've had some shots before it started breaking up, but I've never actually witnessed a comet breaking up, and to actually capture it myself with my own kit is a bonus. Yeah, that's definitely a piece there. Oh, I'm going to enjoy going back over this stream and going back and having a look at it. Well, it's 22 minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock here in the UK. And on screen is a bit of a mystery. Hoping to believe that it's the comet breaking up. Seen quite a lot of stuff to support it, but it's a piece of imaging that's hard for me to convince myself I've actually got something this definitive. Even stepping back through the images is consistent with the pieces flying off or separating. Just go back a few more frames and step back through them. That piece definitely is consistent. Still there in every frame. And it's keeping its relative distance to the main body of the comet. Although I think it's atmospheric distortion causing us to lose clarity. And I'm 99.99% sure that's a hot pixel that keeps phasing in and phasing out. At this distance, let's just double check upon the distance that we've got from it. Earth distance, 150 million kilometres, 150.9 million kilometres, and it is getting closer to us at 19.4 kilometres a second. So it's going to be an hour or two before it gets here. And if they put on the news tomorrow that the Comet C 2019 Y4 Atlas broke up last night, we can tell my mates that, yeah, we photographed it. We saw it as it was happening. It's passing us within the hour. What? Let's have a look. So have a look at it in the planetarium. Right. Venus is below the Earth's surface. That's looking for. This is from my point of view in the UK. So if I went outside right now and looked, I wonder if I could see it with binoculars. Yeah, I wonder if I could see that with binoculars this evening. No, it's not going to get to us within hours. I say it's going to be a fair few hours before it gets here. A bit of humour, a bit late. But no, it's 150.8 million kilometres away, and it's travelling at 19.4 kilometres a second. Well, that's the distance is reducing at a speed of 19.4 kilometres per second from our point of view. So the distance is reducing as it's coming towards us. Well, it's not exactly coming towards us, but in its orbital path. There's that bright spot again. And there it goes. Right, it's starting to reach the limit of my horizons here. Let me bring up still area. I've got about 10 degrees. I've got about 10 degrees. I've got about 55, 60, 70. Got about an hour and a quarter before it gets too low. That's below the walls of the observatory. So I'll lose it in about an hour and a quarter. Oops. Oh, I've been holding that back a bit. Right, I've lost those pieces from the front now. When did we lose them? Pseudo animation. Pseudo animation. Let's have a look. Move this just out of the way a little bit. Although I think we might need it on just to view it. Right. There are definitely fragments in there. Definitely fragments in there. Right, this is the last exposure of this run. The temperature of the sensor is still consistent at 4 degrees centigrade. The outside temperature is 7.6. So the outside temperature is 7.6. So that's consistent. That's pretty good. Right, that's the imaging plan finished for that last run. Right, let's just clear the... Right, let's go back and... You can actually see it tracking across the field of view with a few reference stars nearby. For reference. Right, I'm tracking back through all the exposures. To see how it's changed from the first shots this evening. Right, there's where we started messing about with all the different exposures. And there we go. It will start from here. And we'll see if get any variations in the intensity without tweaking the lights. There's a few jumps where we stopped one imaging plan and started the next. What I'm looking for is if we can see if that is a hot pixel. There, see that? Right, move that out of the way. Back again. Leave it there, sod it. There's a little bit of drift on the scope when you play through the captured images this fast. Yeah, that's not moving, that's got to be a hot pixel. Because the Comet's out of the zoom frame and that pixel keeps appearing roughly the same spot. Yeah, I mean the estimated size, the diameter of the actual comet at 10 kilometers, which is not exactly, well, I suppose it is small compared to a lot of things, but 10 kilometers is pretty could possibly be a star, but we're back to beginning now. Right, let me just have a look at Oh, wrong one. Right. I've got a horizon limit of between 30 and 35 degrees in the north, so that's north-northwest. So I've got till it gets to about this level here, then it disappears behind roofs, so I'm going to lose it then. The comet's captured a companion and it's not breaking up. That's something I never actually thought of. Does he know there's supposed to be social distancing? That comet's could be in trouble if it comes in this direction any closer. What are the government rules for social distancing of comets and fragments? Yeah. Right, let's get this out of the way. Let's just do one last imaging run. Minimise that. Let's just do one more imaging run while it's still above my horizons. And see what else we can capture. I must have missed that one. I do apologise, Tom. I do apologise. Yes. I was busy setting up, so I wasn't as observant as I could have been. Right. Let's get the... Oh, let's see what we can find this time. Yes, I definitely missed that comment. I was busy setting up, so that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. But yeah, that was a possibility I would never have thought of by myself. I think it's getting a bit cooler outside. The sensors dropped down to 1 degree centigrade, 2 degrees centigrade. Either that is, or it's because we've not been using it and it's had a chance to cool down. Right, let's see what we can tease out of these pixels. Whoops. Right, all I'm doing by adjusting these levels here is bringing out the brighter areas, the denser areas of pixels. So it would be showing any particular debris or the main body of the comet. Well, if nothing else, it's been an interesting evening. To say all I was going to do this evening is just have a 5-minute look before calling it a night. And yeah, Tom, you've been with me from when I switched on, I think. Yeah, and I've not been able to shut you up since. Right. That's been a nice evening. I've enjoyed it. A lot of stuff went off that I wasn't expecting. Right, let's step back through some of these images. A lot of this will be through atmospheric distortion, because where it's pointing right now is almost directly above the roofs of the houses, and they are pretty close. Atlas Y1. If I've got any hair left after this evening on Y4, I might have a look for Y1. Right, I've found Y1. Let's have a look at a little bit of its data. Just a bit. It's a little bit on the low side for me now. It's moving quite fast compared to Y4. Yeah, 48.8 kilometers a second. And it's a little bit further away than Y4. Slightly brighter at magnitude 8.3 as well. So if it's clear tomorrow evening, I may have a go at that. Pardon me. Well, fingers crossed for a clear sky tomorrow evening. I'll have to buy myself a wig if I keep pulling hair out this fast. Now, it's not coming at the Earth. The distance between the Earth and the comet is reducing faster. So it's moving at a tangent to us. It's not directly at us. I'm sure there's some software out there that can render its path in 3D and give you a better representation of direction of travel and everything. But if you look at the data, I'll bring it back up again for you. If you look at the data, Y1 available, it's got the distance here, and its speed. That's the distance from us, although it's not coming directly at us, and that's how fast it's travelling. And if you look at this distance here, this is the distance from the sun. It's getting further away from the sun but closer to us. So that would say to me that it's between the sun and us. There you go. I'll move that one back out the way, get to the good stuff. Right, I've been missing out the data we've been capturing. Let's have a review. This is going to become less and less consistent because we get lower and lower in the sky towards the roofs of the houses. The thermals are going to have an effect on the image quality. So I think this last set of data that we're collecting now is not going to be as clear and consistent as the earlier data when it was higher in the sky from my location. Your min was lower in the earlier shots. Yes, the minimum, yeah, on the light scale. I've tweaked it a little bit. I can bring it back out. It's just a matter of tweaking the light to filter out the less intense areas that we're capturing with the sensor. So all we're doing by changing this scale is removing the fainter objects and just keeping the brighter spots. So if I bring that up here, they're the brighter spots in that narrow area, just that little bit just there. So if I bring there, it grabs everything. That's the majority of the light coming in. If I can bring that across, it just whites it all out. So we're looking at the narrow band on that bottom of the curve just there. So the bottom of that bell curve there, those pixels that lie on that line are representing those pixels that are collected there. So the more pixels of, say, that intensity will be higher up. So if I collect that peak there, that peak will be the brightest of the bright. The stars could be in that peak. So that's just basically representing the number of pixels at each intensity. It's not the most scientific method of getting rid of the background noise and everything, but it does seem to drop out the noise a little bit, and keep only in. If you notice, all the stars are really bright and got a defined edge. See, there's no fading or anything. It's pretty solid. Even the smaller ones. See, it's getting rid of all the fainter and less data, the less intense data, and just keeping the positive stuff. Basically filtering out all the low intensity light. Right, 9 more exposures to go on this run. I'm going to have some fun for the next few days trying to stack this and come up with a couple of images. But when I've done it, I'll use it on the stream as the stream icon. Yeah, the consistency is dropping away now. That's clear. I'm wondering if the sky's starting to lighten a little bit. Or if it could be the exposure is a bit too much again. Well, the temperature of the sensors come up to 3 degrees. So it's within 1 degree of the majority of the images we've taken this evening. Actually, we've got some high cloud going by. Bit of high mist. That's the reason why the screen's going light grey. A view inside a comet, eh? 2 more exposures after this. It's 2 AM in the morning. I'm getting quite tired now, so after this run I'm going to quickly go back over what we've captured, come up, reiterate some of the theories we've come up between us, and then I'm going to call it a night. And I'm going to spend the next couple of afternoons trying to stack all the data and put together a collection of images from everything we've captured over these last few hours. Who would have thought looking at a couple of pixels was just be so interesting? No, it's nice to have company. I would have been doing it on my own, even if I wasn't streaming. The reason I decided to stream is because I saw the article that the comet was supposedly breaking up. So as soon as I found it all stretched out, and that's why I started the stream. I think that was the last exposure. There we go, that's the last one. Right, let's go back over some of the images we've captured. Yeah, lazy gazing at its finest. I've sat here in front of these 2 screens. My daughter's bought me dinner for me. She made me a cup of tea. I had to fetch my own beer, mind. But overall, the amount of data we collected was pretty good. Right, let's get rid of the magnifier and just look at it in its raw form, like that, and I'll skip through like a mini animation, see how it looks. The big jumps is when we paused between imaging runs, and I do seem to remember we had a different set of data when we were using the filters. So this is a little bit high actually. I could just do it turning the intensities down a little bit. Let me just restart that and just turn these intensities down a little bit. Yes, it was supposed to be getting brighter as it gets closer to the Earth, and the light reflection would depend on the main core being solid and intact, and with it breaking up, I suppose there's more surface area if it's breaking up. Yeah, a bit like Beetlejuice, a couple of weeks of dimming, then coming back to super bright. I can actually see, as I'm skipping through these images, pieces coming off. it back over, just zoom it into it a little bit. Yeah, you can see the histogram changing with intensity. Go back one there. Right, I've got enough data to make a small animation, but trying to put it all together with appropriate exposure settings is going to be tricky. Here we go, photobomb with a satellite. Right, just about lost it all. You can see the intensity of lights changing. As that curve changes in intensity, the settings need to be changed to compensate. Yeah, many companions. How many we're going to have? Clear. Right. I think I'm going to call it at that. I'm going to save this data and I'm going to do a little bit of stacking on it and see if I can come up with some solid images of it, and I'll make an emphasis on the bits where I think we've got fragments breaking out. I'll try some zoomed in stacks in tight and close, see if we can isolate any pieces, and I'll assemble them all into a small montage and perhaps make a separate video to complement this one. It's definitely been an interesting night, a few head scratching moments and a few revelations. Playing with the settings was fun, and experimenting with the camera also fun. Right, I'm going to say thank you to everybody for joining me. If you like what you see, like and subscribe. It helps me to know people are watching, and you will also get a notification next time I go live, next time I do something silly like this. You never know what's out there, you never know what we might capture next time. So Tom, thanks for being along for the ride. My name's Andy, mate. My name's Andy. If you're interested, I run a Facebook group called Urban Astronomy, same name as this YouTube channel. So you're welcome to join that and see some of the images I post from this evening's exploits. If you want to hop over along, nice to meet you, mate. Nice to meet you. If you want to hop along and join the Facebook group, you'll get a bit more data from other evenings when I'm not actually streaming. And if you have a look on there, you can actually see some of the equipment I've built from the built my own observatory and lots of different items that I use in my evenings rompages. Alright then, well, thank you again for everybody for joining me. I hope to catch you again. Like and subscribe, and I'll see you again next time. Thanks very much, and have a nice evening, everybody.